Hello, hello. I think we're back from the ads. Let me turn down the music a little bit. All right. Hello, hello. Yeah, we're gonna be playing the new Genshin update today. I don't think I'll be pulling for the new character. Is she good? We'll try her out at the trial thingy, but yeah. Um, 1 second. Just updating my stream overview on my second monitor. Okay. All right. We should be good to go. Okay, I should probably give me 1 second. Okay. All right. I did log in after the update this morning, so okay. This is the web event. I think the web event has some stuff for which you need to do in-game stuff, so like I think you need to start a world quest. Okay. It's in Meliastra. I mean, I usually play male characters, but I feel like for once this guy kind of looks like a, I don't know, like a hotel staff or something for an old-fashioned hotel. Well, this is a bit cuter. I probably just don't select anything because I'm not gonna play Miliastra anyway. Okay, Let's do our trials. I do have a bit of a cold, so if I sound a bit different, that's why. Um, 1 second. Um, 1 second. I'm just checking my phone for a bit. Okay, Linnea is a Geo character who enables party members to trigger lunar crystallized reactions. Thanks for the alert, Chu. While providing sustained off-field damage and support. Okay. Tap Linnea's elemental skill to summon Lumi for assistance in battle. Lumi will attack in superpower form and can use Pound Pummeler and Heavy Overdrive Hammer to strike at enemies. When tapping on elemental skill consecutively, Lumi will attack in ultimate power form, immediately using Million Ton Crush to deal one powerful instance of AoE Geo damage that will be regarded as lunar crystallized damage. Afterwards, Lumi will enter standard power form and can use Pound Pummeler to attack enemies. When Linnea... Wait, did I say Lumi? Okay, it is Lumi. The thing is called Lumi. Summon, alright. When Linnea unleashes her elemental burst, she will also restore HP for all nearby characters. At the same time, she will summon Lumi again, refreshing her duration on the field. However, Lumi's form will not be changed. Okay. A lot of words as usual, but... Why does she have wings on her head, but Flint's does not? Even though they're both Fae. I mean, I guess there's different types of Fae, but still. Her backpack is cute. Tap continuously to use elemental skills, use elemental burst, okay. Oh, that's fun. Basic tutorial complete, entering trials challenge. Give me 1 second, can I turn up the volume? What is this? Whoa, what was that?
Light compels you. Go get him, Aiden.
I have no idea how to use Ningguang.
You got this. Be gone, Shadow of Darkness.
Give up. Your life is mine.
Does Lumi heal or does she have a prototype or something? Ah, she does heal. Alright.
Behold the dog!
Okay, seems fun. Does she work well with like Navia? Because I have Navia and I kinda like using Navia sometimes. So I might consider
Let's fly.
oh, I guess I've never been to Natlan on my new PC, so it probably has to load all of the maps or something. This is fun. Okay, did Natlan have the best character trials? What do you guys think? Because I think yes.
Scared of fire.
Smashed or scorched, which will it be?
Yeah! Out the frying pan, into the fire. Eat. Midnight Phantasmagory. I'm a rock. Let's go Diana special. Fire in the hole. Take me up. Open fire. Bullseye. Open fire. Hold on to your hats. Yeah! Nice and spicy. You're toast.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
I summon thee! Yeah! Pew pew! Can't handle your drink! Open fire! Locked on!
Easy. Do I want to pull in there? Why or do I not? I think I'm on like 50 or 60 pity, so I don't know if I want to risk my guarantee. If I had like 20 or 30 pity, I would do a 10 pull without worrying about it. Hmm. Chew is live. Let me drop a lurk real quick. Give me 1 second. Oh yeah, let me check my pity here, by the way. It should be a Gene. Yeah, I'm like 61 pity. Ah, if I do a temple, I'll be at 71. I mean, we still won't be at soft pity, so we could risk it. Okay, do we do a temple or not? That is the question. Chaska is pretty good though. I think she's probably the best Animo DPS right now. Although I mean, Animo DPS is not really the um premier DPS category, but uh, um ah, one temple maybe. But if we get her, then we need to build her. Ah, how do you like inspect her? Can you not do that in Genshin without going into the trial? What the hell, man? What's the button for the events, right? Okay, you can click this. Let me read her talents. This is pretty big. Geo-res of opponents will decrease by 15%. Further decreased, okay. So we get 30% Geo-res shred. And increases elemental mastery. Okay. Wait, Linnea and Zibai, how does that work? Do they synergize? They should, right? Zibai, Ilua, Linnea, and one more character for Lunar Crystallize, maybe Columbina. Would that not be like a broken team? Huh. Okay, 1 second, let me charge my phone. Okay, you know what? I think we'll do it's a hydrocrystallize when we convert it to lunar crystallize. Ooh. I think she can also like farm stuff with this, right? Collects ores and stuff. Okay, you know what? Let's do... do I? Okay, I'm gonna Google this. I'm gonna look up if people are pulling for her or... Linnea or...
People ought not be so frightened of ghosts. They are merely talking shadows, chattering away endlessly about their past affairs.
I mean, Linnea is probably gonna be pretty good for my Senpai and Navia teams. Nicole is, according to rumors, like an upgrade to Bennett, which sounds broken as hell. I was gonna look up something, but I forgot. Never mind. Okay. Yeah, I guess we're not pulling for Linnea then. If Nicole is gonna be an upgrade to Bennett, we know we need that. Man, I overfilled my water bottle and when I opened it, it spilled a little bit.
Let us have a modicum of patience for the richness and complexity of humanity. The wanton cruelty of the few is not worth our ire.
This voice line is so eloquent. Bro speaks like Shakespeare took over his soul. Okay, let us... Limited time rewards. Complete the story quests, 20 days, alright. This just looks like a crystal fly. Like a golden crystal fly. Okay. Wait, are there no... Huh? Isn't there supposed to be like a new region and stuff? Is it tied with her quest? It's in Mondstadt, right? Or do I just go there? Okay, you know, but first of all, we shall... let's go talk to Flint's. Mr. Flint's.
This is a good one. Here, take this meat for yourself.
Is this your dog? It's very cute.
Mine? Not at all. It belongs to itself. It sometimes brings me old bones to help with my puzzles. That's all.
Own puzzles. You...
I should be clear. While I don't know what bones these are, I can say for certain they don't belong to any humans who slumber here or elsewhere. Bones are another thing that tickles my fancy. Sometimes when I see one that's a bit unusual, I'll pick it up and add it to my collection.
Uh-huh.
Then when I'm feeling bored, I try to connect all my bones and create something whole. A bit like doing a jigsaw puzzle.
It's,
You could call it a form of artistic expression.
sure. A bit morbid for my taste, but you do you.
Even though each piece of this bone puzzle picture is unrelated to the next, and indeed they cannot possibly be related, just pondering how best to put them together and create something beautiful is an extremely relaxing process. Then, one day, an uninvited guest intruded on the room where I kept my bone puzzle picture. It was none other than the dog you saw just now.
Oh no, please say it didn't.
It did. By the time I entered the room, the little intruder had completely dismantled my picture. The second it turned and saw me, it bolted away between my legs.
Such a shame.
Luckily, all was not lost, as I'd already taken a photo of it. And more than that, now that my old puzzle was dismantled, I was free to construct an even bigger puzzle with my growing collection of bones.
Okay.
Which is how I consoled myself at the time. After all, the damage had been done, so why not look on the bright side? The next day, as I was just about to begin piecing my puzzle together, my four-legged guest returned, and this time it brought a mouthful of bones. I couldn't understand what it was saying, but its intent became clear when it laid its animal bones at my feet and then placed them one by one into my puzzle. After I gave it some cured meat, it got up and left. Ever since then, it's dropped by from time to time to give me bones in exchange for food.
It seems that the two of you have a budding relationship. Does it ever try to play with you?
I think you might be viewing this with a little too much sentimentality. It's just a dog looking for food, nothing more. I'm a source of sustenance, and luckily for my canine friend, I happen to be relatively generous.
Sure.
Not
Maybe.
that that's a bad thing. I view it more as an assistant under my employ. It doesn't speak, and it leaves when I tell it to. That's pretty much everything you could hope for in an assistant. If you'd like, you can give it some meat. Sometimes it sits and waits by your side, which I think probably means it's still hungry. Perhaps it might be a little more friendly with someone such as yourself. He who wishes to peer into the abyss needs simply to wander through Nodcry on a misty night.
Oh, dog. Do you guys know what I named my dog in GTA Online? I have a dog and a cat. I named my dog Cat and I named my cat Dog. Ooh. That's fun. No, I missed one. Well. Ah. What's going on here? Lost Phantom. As per the emergency plan, if the warning signal goes off, HQ will send us the special support squad Subrak to reinforce them. The fog here is too thick, we can't see the lighthouse. Commander, I hear footsteps. Are you a lightkeeper stationed on this island? Please respond. That's right, the lighthouse is to the northeast. Something's wrong, stay on guard. As per the emergency plan, if the warning signal goes off, trapped in a loop. Like Tsurumi Island. And Tsurumi Island quest was such a banger quest. It was so sad. Uh-oh. Man, the stamina system in Genshin is so outdated. They should really rework it. Like, using up stamina outside of combat is... I mean, I get it. They didn't want exploration to be too easy back in the day. But... illuminate the coastal waters? That's where they were, right? Send the guidance signal? Everyone thinks that should be enough to point the way. Let's check out what's going on over there. Oh, 7. Bye-bye.
Not to be sniffed at.
Realize the Lightkeeper Special Support Squad Sobrak. May our brothers and sisters rest in eternal peace. Lights of Light of Oath Sworn added to the archive. Oh, that looks pretty. Okay, so we did that. Are there any more? Anecdotes here? I wish there was a quick way to find anecdotes on your map. Anyway, let's try. Let us try crossing over. The Northerly Wind soft hymn added to the archive. Blossoms in Fragrant Bloom added to the archive. Ah, shit. When in Mondstadt. Dude, it's been so long since I've used a bow character. Bow. Sure. This isn't even like a good theme, but it'll have to do. Oh, this is so old school. This is like
materials in here?
this is the kind of puzzles we had in 1.0. Millhaven. Is that a dark-skinned NPC? Wow. Jeez, when will he get here? Are you waiting for someone? Yes, Dmitriev. I'm waiting for him to come pick up the goods. It feels as though I've been waiting here for a lifetime, and yet I don't dare leave the spot to find him. Perhaps he's just run into some trouble along the way. Maybe I should be more patient. He should be here soon. Did you arrange to meet here? Of course, just like always. He told me he would come and asked me to wait here. Promised him I would wait here, so I'll wait for him just like always. Okay. Not getting the best vibes from that conversation, but let's hope he's alright. There's a quest right there. What are you working on? Let me claim my drops, not traps. Dude, they replaced the 50 Primo drops with these Geo drops with the Miliastra thing. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Ah. In any case, let's not start the world quest just yet. Ah, this is so nice. They added all the Mondstadt local specialties here. Animal mushrooms, windwheel asters. What are you? So this is like the Mondstadt version of the koi fish thingy. In certain areas, you will sometimes encounter these wondrous harpasta imbued with the authority of space. Oh my god. Really? We're just gonna go right into authority of space. After interacting with them, you can transform briefly into a plume moth. In this form, you can continuously accelerate through the air by holding sprint or ascend button. When sprinting or increasing altitude, the plume moth's stamina will be consumed continuously. And flying through wind rings, your flying speed will decrease temporarily. When coming into contact with a special bellowing harpasta, you will fly a fixed distance in a set direction. Up. Can we? What happens when I run out of stamina? Ah, alright. Storm Terror's Lair. Okay, I think we should try to go for the statue, right? Why does this look like just about every region's first statue? It's always like there's this path that's like along a cliffside. I think Sumeru had the exact same kind of statue. Natlan too. The harbor where 1,000 winds converge. The world opens itself before those with noble hearts. Watch your fallen vigil. A shadow construct born from the overflow of the mighty primordial being. A watcher who once dwelt in the highest heavens, yet was cast down into the mortal realm for daring to open its eye. Wait, what? A watcher was cast down for daring to open its eye. Okay. The watcher does not know why its master departed. Only the eternal punishment remains, trapped within a stagnant interstice of time. Huh, there's someone here. Not this one either. Hey, what are you doing? I'm trying to find my way back. I only remember that I need to find an Animal Archon statue. I don't remember anything else. Your way back. It's a vague sense of homesickness, but I can't remember anything at all. Is he dead? Is he like a spirit? When I woke up, the only thing I had was a note in my hand that said, "You are Mauki." So I suppose my name is Mauki. I should be going now. Goodbye. What a strange person, but he doesn't seem like a bad guy. Ooh. Are you alright? I had a strange vision. Carolus wind on mysterious mountain? Was that what he said?
I used to take long walks in Silvermoon Hall every day, so don't worry about me. I can keep up.
Alright. Well, we unlocked the... we do need to use our resin for the temper thyself and journey far stuff. Ah. Oh, there's another bridge with birds on it. Haha, I didn't expect to see such a perfect jumping platform here. Exactly, as a Metzli warrior, you should hone your martial arts skill constantly, just like Tupac, Kochanina, and Oaneko did. Even if you're recovering from injury. Oh my god, don't do that. Wait, sir, just stay calm and let's talk this through. If you jump from this height, even a professional diver from Fontaine would definitely get injured. Huh? Fontaine? Haha, that's right, the great hero Oaneko's lover was originally formed. Just to plunge into the sea, only for a reunion with his beloved, much as I've decided to. Throw yourself into the sea? No way, I'm not letting you do this. Exactly, best don't underestimate the swimming skills of Spensley. Wait, hey, don't pull me. Why are these kids cheering him on? Wait, why isn't it letting me quick swap anymore? What? Um... Let's go.
I don't sing for anyone in particular. Still, if someone stops to listen, I hope it provides a moment of peace all the same.
And we're finally in Dornman Port. It's crazy. We've been hearing about this for years at this point. Portable Commander's console. Is it supposed to be a reference to the Commodore? The Commodore 64 or whatever it was called? Huh. Why are you thinking about his salary while standing guard? Amatol? Because I'm a workplace slacker. No, I'm a slacker extraordinaire. Ever since we got back here to Dormant Port, things haven't been as busy as they were before. In fact, things have been pretty laid back recently. It's not like when we were in Nordcry, when we barely had time to rest. If you weren't fighting monsters, we were digging trenches, building fortifications, cleaning our weapons, or hauling supplies. Now, whenever a knight goes on leave, I can volunteer to cover for them and earn myself some extra pay that way. How is this considered slacking? You're clearly putting in overtime. Right? No? I mean, no. There's more money going into my pocket, so I'm the winner here, right? I mean, sure. Besides Slacker, there's other ways of earning or sell more Mora. Wow, Mora without a capital M? That's the first. The top 3 shooters that range companies monthly should also get a cash prize. And ever since they started this contest, the Slackers managed to win it every single time. But that's still not slacking, is it? Clearly got yourself a bonus for good performance. But working with everyone makes me happy, shooting makes me happy, cleaning my musket makes me happy, and eating those canned rations make me happy. My life is full of things that make me happy, and I'm raking in the Mora. More... Okay. So no matter how I look at it, I'm the one-up over the Knights of Favonius. Are you saving up for something big, or are you really being paid that little? Oh no, that's not it. It's because Armored Assault is pretty popular. The price of the limited edition Commander's console is Galactic Silver, which was produced in very small numbers, has also been skyrocketing over the years. If I'm not wrong, I'm actually in the salary tier. It's just below the vice captains. But even with my paycheck, those models are quite the expense. It's amazing to me how some folks can snap up a dozen of them at one go. Is it like a Warhammer reference? Actually, it sounds like you're doing quite well. It sure doesn't sound like you need to raise anytime soon. I mean, apart from not being able to splurge on all the models and comics I want, I can pretty much buy anything. I've got quite a decent bit of Mora left over to eat something delicious with Amatol every month. If only that Hermione would stop taking up so much of Amatol's time. I just need to get my gift ready for that Lumiphonia. What? Who is Amatol?
Rushing won't do any good. Take a break.
She's a good friend of mine from the investigative team, a first-class expert who always hooks me up with wonderful ammo. Got to know her when we were both at Support Company's clinic. When I first met her, she was covered in bandages from head to toe. She misjudged a safe distance for a controlled demolition and sent herself flying. And I was there after I'd bought the testing of high-pressure rounds for a new musket. I fired too many rounds in a single burst. The musket blew up, and a nasty fragment knocked out my front tooth. That sounds like quite a disaster. I suppose it didn't hurt that much, though. She burst out laughing when she saw the state I was in, and I couldn't help but laugh along too. That got us chatting, and we became friends. Oh, that's cute. I think we'd still be meeting up for meals every week if I hadn't been sent out with the expeditionary force. Emma even said that she was going to get me some grenades that pack a serious punch. Nothing like those clunky launcher-dependent ones that Fontaine's Special Security and Surveillance Patrol uses. These grenades fit right over the muzzle and are fired using a blank round. This method, we get a much larger caliber and payload. The goal here is to be able to shatter a Minotaur's shield with a single hit. Oddly, while Amatol is an expert on ammo, she knows nothing about muskets. Let's hope she doesn't end up in the clinic again from one of her tests. There's a new code. Fairy Girl Linnea. Let's try it out in game then. Whoa. Gifts? Is it from Meliastra? Fairy Girl Linnea. Hi. 30 primos, not bad.
To take long walks in Silvermoon Hall every day.
Okay, let's go here and check what the event requires you to do. Huh. Alright. I'm just doing the web event right now. Unlock any 2 waypoints. Okay, there's 6 waypoints, so I need to unlock all of them. I need to accept the world quest, and I need to log in for another day. The world quest should be... it should be in Dormant Port, right? Okay,
Don't worry about me. I can keep up.
you hit multiple now. Oh, wait. Why is there a weasel thief in between? What the hell? This thing was just hiding there?
They call this a pleasant surprise, right?
Ah, the artifact limit. I can't believe they haven't increased it yet. The absolute worst thing in Kenshin right now is the artifact limit. Whoa, there's more levels to this? Okay. Oh. Looks like you found your rhythm after just a few practice shots. That's some talent. Up for another round? Yes, of course. That's the spirit. Easy.
As soon as I get this month's paycheck.
Easy peasy.
Did they run from home too?
More. Yeah. Rushing won't do any good. Hi Alicia, how you doing? Congrats on first, and thanks for the daily tribute. Let me add you to my title. Hello. How has your week been going? Just rotting, gonna eat dinner in a bit. How's you? I'm good. 19% Rizu. 79% Night. That's good. 37% Dorky. Let me check mine. Riz. Ooh, 98. That's good. My week was okay, I guess. Just rotting and arting, not gonna lie. Okay, let's see. Dork. 76% Dorky. 93% Night. Oh, high rolls today. Ah, 11% low with art. I like the question mark there. You're not sure of yourself, that's why you're not getting the high rolls. You must be confident. Should be 0, okay. It's okay if you're getting like bored of arting, then just take a break. More likely to be lazy to art. Wait, what's this? Is this a competition? I'm just lazy, not bored. Understandable. High order. You missed on first by like a couple of minutes. Look, I'm playing a shooter game in Genshin. No, I am first. I am smoking this NPC. 470 versus 70. Oh wait, can I hit the... No, I don't know.
As soon as I get this month's paycheck.
Love being lazy, 82%. No, I am first. Yeah, sure. 83% dorky and 47% knight. Check your Riz order. How much Riz do you have?
Did they run from home too?
Is there gonna be another level to this? No? It's off the chart. I got 98% today. Collect 2 royal seals to unlock the noblest treasury. Just forget about it. You're supposed to ask it a question like, mayhaps. You exploded. Should I... Should I solo queue Valorant? No. Paintball knows by heart. Thank you. Should I load up Valor with Dark? I don't think so. Okay. What's this question mark guy? Should I draw? Maybe there's a... Nah, mate. Okay, it's in a negative mood right now. It's saying no to everything. Yeah, the apps. Should I finish my art? No. It said no to finishing your art. Oh my god, that's so funny. Such a hater. I was not gonna do it either way. The rich laugh. I still don't get it, but okay. Clippy time, sure. Some people just won't listen. I already told you, now's not the time to go up the mountain. Easy there, old man. Let's calm down and talk this out. We were getting along just fine earlier at the night brew. But the moment I mentioned I was heading for Windrest Peak, he grabbed me and dragged me all the way here. Oh, Huffman, what's going on here? Wait, Huffman's here? As you can see, old man. Wait, the old man's name is Old Man? He's trying his best to keep people away from Windrest Peak. Anyway, let me introduce you. This is Liphart, an adventurer. What I saw, what I felt, it was terrifying. Okay, his name is Man. The man's name is Man. It was terrifying. Surely you don't wish to hear it. Doesn't look like I'm going anywhere today, so let's hear it. Consider it an extension of our drinking and bragging session from earlier. What sort of great peril are we facing here? The sanatorium's haunted. Seriously, I saw them ghosts with my own eyes. Ghosts? It happened last night. Flashback time. Ooh, first person view? With the piss filter? Let me turn my upbeat music down for a bit. In fact, let me turn it off for now. Are those marks in the game or on my monitor? Surely not on my monitor, right? Like, my monitor is clean as hell. Slow down, Hopman, slow down. Patrol the sanatorium. Was that a sunset here? A fox must have brought it in from Windrest Peak. Hope it's not nesting inside. Investigate the corridor. Ooh, that was quite the scare. Everything's... Oh. A weasel thief? Looks like I won't need reading glasses anytime soon, but those weasel burrows... Oh, never mind. Less thinking, more doing. Yes, yes, let the poor old man deal with this. Are you stuck, buddy? Oh, the lights are flickering. Investigate the anomaly. It's like a horror game. Lights broken. Come on, Hopman. Why the barking at the cemetery? What the hell? Freaky ghost. Making the bed jump around. Wait, what was that? Just a lizard. I wigged out over nothing. Where are you going, Hopman? Ask the mysterious girl. What the hell? She was looking at her own gravestone? And that's how it happened. I swear it on my paycheck. The responsibilities that come with it. Weren't you bemoaning how little you make as a doorman? I'm not just any doorman. I oversee demolition work and cultural heritage preservation. Though yeah, the pay is bad. Well, then I swear it on my reputation at the tavern. A most serious oath for us Mondstadters. I should really investigate this myself, but I still have to meet up with the Knight's expedition, who are returning to Dornman Port. Sorry about this, traveler, but could you check out the sanatorium for me? Kinda sort of scary stories like this usually mean something bigger's at play. Wow, Paimon being rational. Then what about super scary stories? The truth behind those is usually basic scientific facts about how superstition can be harmful. It's fine. I know my way around a fight either way. True, we've run into ghosts before too. Most of them were actually pretty easy to talk to. So there really are ghosts in this world? No, no, it's all just strange elemental powers and scientific phenomenon at work. In that case, I won't go today. I'll just stay in Dormant Port and have some drinks. Magic Mountain. Ah. Look at her shoes though, man. Look, wait, how can I not zoom in? Look at those heels. They're so cool. Ah, they defy physics. Okay, wait, that should have unlocked something in the web event for me. 1 second. Okay. All right. That's a lot of Primo gems. And I really want to do a 10 pull, but I don't really want this character. Or do I? I mean, I wouldn't mind getting the character, to be honest. Just a second. Oh, it's past
I
midnight
don't sing for
already.
anyone in particular. Still, if someone stops to listen, I hope it provides a moment of peace all the same.
Um, 1 second. Let me turn my music back on. I kind of want to fight this boss. We could just head straight over there. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Okay, let's get our dailies done first and then we will explore.
Add Astro. Thank you for complete.
Alrighty, alrighty. Mine 10 items.
Add Astro.
Ah. Yeah, it's because I logged in too late yesterday. Okay. Let us go explore the new area. There's a challenge here. What the
They
hell
call
are
this a pleasant
those?
surprise, right?
It's really strange. There's nothing but clouds up there. So did they come from the clouds? No. There's definitely more up there.
Surge.
Domain Keeper. A shadow construct born from the overflow of the mighty primordial being. It can monitor and counter elemental attacks. Combat, the Domain Keeper will enter the diluted ice state. While in this state, the Domain Keeper will track the number of pyro, hydro, electro, cryo damage instances. Then it is taken 3 instances of damage. Exit and transform into corresponding elemental form. Gaining a res increase in the corresponding. Oh man. That's so boring. Wait, what if I force it to go into like the hydro state,
The
right?
new moon rises. Wane.
Insulation chamber deployed.
Stay clear. Absorption test.
Close your eyes. The night cometh.
Never mind, I just
Be silent.
kill them before they can do anything. Okay, I do want to read the lore on these drops though. Faded flaming hilt. The hilt remains of a flaming sword once wielded by a domain keeper. Wait, those things had swords? A sword of blazing fire was once the symbol of protection, empowered by the authority of space. It sealed the boundary between eternity and ephemera. Okay. Why is there an extra space here? Once the symbol of judgment. Empowered by the authority of space, it barred the path against trespass and profanity. Symbol of admonishment. Proclaim the absolute and infallible will of the divine. Interesting.
Perhaps these treasures might be of utility to you on your journey. Please, I insist.
Let's go this way. I'll be back. But first, let us go to fight the new boss. It's a huge fissure. Let's go get the teleport waypoint first. That looks imposing. Look at those star thingies, they're so spiky. How's there not a viewpoint here though? That's what I'm wondering. There has to be a viewpoint somewhere. Alright, let's go fight this thing.
Observe and know my heart.
It speaks. Once a watcher dwelling in the heavens, it can monitor and counter elemental attacks. In combat, watcher followed vigil will enter the supreme overseer state, while in this state, will track. Okay, it's the same thing, right? Um. Phenomenals, delirium. If the elemental somewhere in Earth. Recall elemental stars to interrupt the preparation. What?
Judgment!
Demons converge.
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Animotech 6308. Enhanced and
Observe. Close your eyes. Night falls.
Each deed will be judged.
Observe. Fear the dark.
Test concluded.
Test concluded. So it's a test. Okay, buddy. Okay. Plume of the Fallen Watcher. A fallen feather gathered from a corner of the mortal realm after defeating a fallen watcher. Compared to the true divine own voice, these feathered watchers bear a closer resemblance to the angels of common lore. Perhaps it's because their own creator failed to grasp the divine design of the winged one above and can only clumsily imitate the shadow cast by that ideal. Ooh. This is juicy lore though, juicy lore. So, the Watchers were created by Asmodee, presumably, right? Who's one of the shades of the primordial one? Laughing at people when they trip and fall over nothing. I do. Are you watching like reels or something, or are you watching actual people fall over?
Observe and know my heart.
surge.
Judgment!
Moon rises.
Defensive mode engaged. Ultimatum protocol.
Precision
Stay clear. Absorption test.
Be silent.
Actual people fall over are funnier than reels. Yeah, I suppose so.
Night falls.
It's not something you get to see
concluded.
on a daily basis, though. I'll try to fix my command so it, instead of just taking the second word, it takes the entire text. Now I see it every day and it's funny. Where do you see people falling over every day? Do you live like, near a tripping hazard area or something? Love percentage. Shall I never finish my art? For sure. My new buddy. Yeah, it seems to be doing exactly what you wanted to do. Um, uh, well, it's because I push the people so they fall. Wait, what? Where are you pushing people? What kind of an agent of chaos are you? Pushing people to heaven or where their trip is very fun. I'm scared of you now. So specific. Raw input or message. Dollar message. Let me try this. Don't worry, I'll never push you for now. Okay, that's reassuring. What did everyone else do to deserve your pushing? Most likely 89% of the time is me falling, which I still find falling. 11% is people falling because of me pushing. Okay, let me try this. Love. Nope, that did not work. The internet lied to me. Message does not work. Let's try this then. Noise. Okay, now you should be able to do like exclamation mark love and then put in some like multi words and it will take it how I just find my targets on the streets. My friends at random. Wait, okay, you're messing with me. There's no way you're going around going around pushing random old ladies. You can't be that much of a menace.
You look worried. Relax. It
I
takes
mean,
more
if
than
it's
a
my
little rainfall
grandmother.
to extinguish my lamp.
I don't think so. Oh god, the 8 ball is so good. Wow, true. No lie.
Cleanup begins initiative.
Animal Tech 63.
Observe.
No lie. Do I really push random people on the street? Sure. The 8 ball is like your partner in crime. It listens, like it gives you the exact answers you want out of it. For real. Best wingman. Linus the Bard. Does the 8 ball love me? Sure. Peak. Yeah. Love throwing things at people is 30% in love with throwing things at people. Where did it get that Luna no what? Why did it randomly input some other streamers? Oh, I get it. It's part of your message. Ah. Maybe I'll need to look more deeper into the code. I'll need to remove like emotes maybe. But this is fine. Thanks for the headpads. All there. Do I steal food? Most definitely. You stole my glasses. I don't know if my glasses redeem works properly. It's supposed to give my glasses back after some time, but I don't think that works. Is 12% in love with stealing food. Oh, I steal food every day. Who do you steal food from? From random old ladies on the street. We go eat now. Good night. Good night. Sleep well. Let me tuck you in. Dang, I should try that. Good night. Sleep well. Thanks for the idea, Torky. You're very welcome. But please don't mention to anyone that I gave you the idea. I don't want any credits for that. You can take all the credits. Have a good stream. Matane. Good night. Oyasumi.
Would you like to go moon gazing? You can sit in my rocking chair and
Oh,
admire
look, I
the
found
view.
my glasses, but
Or we
yeah,
could
it
go to the
didn't work.
moon
It didn't
and gaze
actually
down at the
reset my
sun.
glasses.
Whatever you prefer.
I need to do that manually. I think this one, yeah. I'll look into why that happens. Okay, so is there no Archon quest? Wait, is this new too? Yeah, this part is new too. Don't worry, I'll not utter a word. Thank you so much.
Did they run from home too? A? Surge.
Why did she just say
Defense
A?
wall engaged.
Swirl. Where to?
Goodness,
Who is this
how the
Rodri?
world has changed. Might I ask, when did the custom of placing treasure chests in every nook and cranny come into fashion?
By the way, if anyone from chat ever wants to join or something, let me know. I normally don't accept like random people's invites, but yeah, if it's someone from chat, then you can just let me know. Let's go unlock this last teleport waypoint. Oh, I wanna go up there. Wait, do I? I don't, right? Wait, this reminds me of that place where we see our twin for the first time. Not the first time, but like... It also reminds me a little bit of like Salteray. Dude, there's definitely stuff under the water, right? Yeah, look, there's lights under there. Yeah. There'll probably be a world quest to explore these areas. But in the meantime, we got all of the stuff from the web event. I think we have. Oh no, 10 more Primo chips. Nice. Right. Yeah, do I want to do these world quests? Let me see. Never mind, I'll draw and irritate myself. Oh no. You're back. Well, good luck with the drawing. But if you're tired, you should sleep. I'm getting a phone call. Give me a second. I'll be on mute for a bit.
You look worried. Relax. It takes more than a little rainfall to extinguish my lamp.
Alright, I'm back. Yeah, I just wanted to see how this place looks from outside, and apparently it just reset the entire conversation. So we're just gonna set it on auto, and I will go get some food because I'm getting kinda hungry. Also, I'm kinda blocking the dialogue, so maybe we'll switch to this scene. Sure. Let's use this scene for now. Yeah, Kirby, I'll get some food. Or rather, I'll get some food out of the fridge and I'll have it a bit later. The Temple of Space. Dex. I think that's what this hand is called. I think it's called Dex. A little strange, but kind of cute. A watcher does not explain, a watcher observes in silence. Once safety may be guaranteed, it'll restore Cyclone. I will go. All right. Investigate the animal power present. The gateway to Celestia. I kinda don't like that they like copped out of. You know, this is the same statue as the one in Mondstadt, but then they changed it. Like now it's this one is supposed to be the gateway, while the one in Mondstadt doesn't really do anything. Kinda don't like that. Should have just been like, you know, the one in Mondstadt is the one that's the actual gateway to Celestia. And it would have been this moment of like, oh, this statue that we've seen from the very beginning of the game is the key. Would have been kind of cool, I think. But anyway, let's just go, I guess. Just remove this. Better. Wait. Did my traveler move ahead while I was in the map? Is that what's... I think that's what's happening here. If I stay in the map for a while... I think that's a bug. Shadow light. Zyland, are you alright? I'm fine. My sense of time's a bit off though. I think a very long while has passed and yet also just an instant. It sounds like a familiar feeling. You felt this way before? You must have been through plenty of misfortune too. How long has it been for you then? About 500 years? What? So much time has passed already? Oh no, he's talking about the time weirdness stuff that happened to him. That said, I was not sure if 500 years is that accurate at this point either. As for this time, it's only been about 10 minutes or so. Ah, that's how long it's been. Say. You never asked us for our names. Ah yes, when I tried to call for help just now, I realized I didn't even know what to call you. Sorry, at first I was planning to... Well, never mind. I already know that you're the Dog Knight. What about your pet? Hey, Paimon's not a pet. Paimon's the Dog Knight's best guide and companion. Yes, Paimon's not a pet. If you're gonna make another corny joke, you can stuff it. Oh, I'm sorry, Paimon. Well then, hello, Paimon. Hello, the Dog Knight. We'll make sure you get back down safely, but for now we don't have any leads as to how. So let's keep moving forward. We need to find someone and ask them what's going on. Should we try the full screen for a bit? I don't think my chat is a little too big though. So we will make it a little bit smaller.
I don't sing for anyone in particular. Still, if someone stops to listen, I hope it provides a moment of peace all the same.
Alright. Yeah, I think that's better. Okay. Man, it's so surreal being at the loading screen. Oh, it doesn't come back. Where's the doors? Dude, I really want to jump off. What do you think would happen if I jump off? Will it just restart the quest? Okay. Did I lose HP from that? Did the active character lose HP? No, I guess not.
Accelerating.
Dude, not the double doors. Oh, the double doors. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's cool. So there's just a wall here which shows this. Oh, interesting. No. Oh, it opened. All right. Oh, that's creepy. A lot of watcher statues. In areas within the Temple of Space. After selecting an object with the temple, you can hold and drag a space-like vector. Spatial folding. Various objects. Ah. Hold the left button and drag. Door. Odds are you are right-handed. Let's go with Dex. Man, Paimon is pretty wise, isn't she? Wait a second. Real-time reflections? I didn't know Genshin did that. Oh wait, global illumination. Right? If I turn this off, the reflections are still here? I don't get it. Extreme. Let's stick to high for now. Okay, I think we can come back to the Temple of Space later, so I probably don't need to like explore it thoroughly.
You keep them. I no longer need offerings.
Memory factor. What the hell? Fundamental building blocks of civilization. Any creation of civilization that fades from the collective memory of humanity will eventually disintegrate into memory factors. Offer them to the memory core within the temple of space, and you may receive a blessing from the memories drifting within the interstices. Ah. Interesting. We came from that way, we could go that way. Or we could go this way. That's a Fontimer. When the apostle of the Golden City still walked among us, I once saw creatures like this in the Southern Territory. The Great Mother who granted us life, I would not dare speak her sacred name. Egeria? What might she think, knowing one of her creations has been confined here? Though perhaps the thought is futile in the end, what place in this world is not a cage? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Why is there a Fontimer aberrant crab here? Lumberby still. Closer to the perfect sphere. What a... Oh, is that a joke about how they're round?
They call this a pleasant surprise, right?
Maybe I will turn off my BGM and turn up the game music for a bit. Huh. I keep accidentally using her charged attack. Big hall with a centipede thingy. Mnemonic clusters and memory factors. A memory factor is the smallest unit that makes up civilization. By dismantling the mnemonic clusters they form, you can obtain memory factors, then offer them to the memory core to obtain blessings from space itself. Segment domain keeper organization type. Okay. There's someone up ahead.
You keep them. I no longer need offerings.
Fantastic elemental cubes. Hydro, Pyro, Dendro, Geo, Precious, and Space. What? Where's where's Animo? Where's Cryo? And huh? Okay.
Did they run from home too? They call this a pleasant surprise.
Memory factor. I have 9 of these already. What was this from? Oh. Paimon, hello. Humans, I thought the uplifting had already ended. More cases like Hilda's then. Historia. I hail from the age when the Dark Dragon King rent the sky open. What sort of age was that anyway? Call me the Dog Knight. Huh. Nibelung? So you're Zeitland. Ah, Dexter, you're here as well. Now I understand. You must be the people of the present age, in which case you have come to reinforce us. That was quick. So Dex's real name is Dexter, huh? Is it your friend? No, we call it Dex too, but it just sent me a secret signal. As such, I introduced it using the more official, more impressive sounding name. Hey. Mine was a formal name and a secret code too. But now is not the time for such talk. Since the Nihilida sent you up here, that means it's finally our time to strike back. Wait a minute, we're still confused. How confused? More confused than I was with the first time I looked upon Escher's paintings? Escher? MC Escher? Does the name ring a bell? He's from a very, very long time ago, though. Surely not someone you know. You know what? Maybe he really was famous. Actually, that pisses me off. Why did I make my mark in history? Ah, wait, is it actually talking about? Is it supposed to be a MC Asher? You know what? Let's just call him Mauki from now on. Wait, Mauki? Where did I just hear that? Like, ah, didn't I? Hmm. No, this isn't the time for that either. Let me ask you, do any of you have combat strength on par with the junior Remorian Centurion of higher? I think he meant or higher. Don't worry, the Dog Knight can beat up people up just fine. Come on then, let's head out and show them what Pancration or maybe Makaira means to you. Go to the center of the Pillar Hall of Space. Okay. But first, I shall explore. What happened to my mini-map? Why was my mini-map taken away from me? Malleable platform. Wait. However, once they're altered, they must be reset to their original shape before they can be transformed again. Okay. This makes me feel very claustrophobic. Of past, present, and future. It's supposed to be spatial powers. Why are they messing with time, though? Look, that is the center of the Pillar Hall of Space. Now then, let us set our course for the heart of the world, a realm unreserved for the old or the young, rulers or fools. Yes, come, it's team huddle time. We have a strategy meeting to hold. Does the team include me? Oh, Paimon almost forgot. Historia, do you know how to send someone back down to the ground? I do. Then Can you tell us how to send Zeitlin back? She's just an ordinary person. In the past, that would have been nearly impossible, but the temple's laws and order draw closer to collapse, making it now a trivial matter. Simply need to do me a small favor. Alright, but it better be small. Oh, it's simple. Smash a few crappy guards, rescue an old friend, escort us back to the center of the pillar hall. Yeah, that doesn't sound simple. Smash a couple of guards is easy, but rescuing a friend, that seems like it'll take a couple of hours of my time. She runs the sacred hall of the god of space, but she is nowhere to be found. After the mistress vanished, one of the two stewards fell from grace and departed. The one who remained, Melanta, grew increasingly severe with us. He did not descend into the mortal world, but he has descended into madness. So is the other one Nihilita or whatever? Melanta, does that mean the one who fell from grace is that self-absorbed Nihilita guy? Correct. The watcher who introduced text to you is the one who departed, Nihilita of nothingness. Nihilita of nothingness. That makes sense. Nihilism. But then what does Melanta mean? Are now vanished civilization using them as the smallest possible segments. Once elevated, the chosen are preserved here as living memories forever. That doesn't sound like a very happy fate. I suspect it was not originally designed as an eternal paradise or some heaven in the sky. Still, the god of space's sisters would occasionally bring things of interest into the temple and grant small pardons for acts of change. Paimon gets it. This place was a spotless but dull bookshelf that the sisters then covered in stickers and stuffed with light novels. Then Melanta, driven by longing for his creator, reversed all the rules to their original form. He began purging everything that changed, punishing anyone who broke from precedent. I gathered the courage to leave the relative safety of the temple's center, hoping I might be able to save an old friend. My lack of penetration training caught up with me, and I ended up getting chased by the guards and hiding in that spot earlier. Alright, that's the introduction. What's our plan? We fight our way through and save anyone we know. Fine, looks like Melanta's the highest up the ladder we can reach for now. Hopefully we can get some answers from him.
They call this a pleasant surprise, right?
No! Give me the viewpoint. All of 1,000 pillars added to the archive. Oh. spice of jump, maybe decommission, instruct that Josephus. It's Josephus, I came out mainly for.
Be silent. Close your eyes. To dust. The night cometh.
Segment used to preserve the vast cultural landscapes can be manipulated. Space-like vectors can distort and stretch certain bridges. Okay. However, much like the world itself, temporal space is governed by its own laws. Certain bridges that have been vertically distorted will, after some time, automatically revert to their original form. Okay.
Perhaps these treasures might be of utility to you on your journey. Please, I insist.
Josephus. Well, if it isn't our great master of Wait, I wanted that. Anti-self-termination Josephus. So why are you here cursing all who live? Hi, Koro. Got a lock-in at work, but wanted to drop a lurk. I appreciate that. Good luck at work. Good luck at work. Detroit Become Human. I haven't played that game. Thank you, gang. You're welcome. Oh, you have the Ditto badge. I think you got it from like Bokopia or something, right? Cut it out. Nobody dies in the Temple of Space. How strange. Did you try testing that rule, Sir? Anti-self-termination. It is really good. I recommend streaming it. It goes on sale for $15 often. Yeah, I think it's like choice-based, right? About like these robots who, like, it's about whether they have like a sense of self or not. I have watched like clips of it, and I think the story gets quite intense. To be honest, I haven't gotten that far. All good. I don't really know much about it, but yeah, I think it's about like, I think based on your choices, you can go like down the whole like robot uprising route, or you can go with like helping the humans or whatever, or creating peace between the two or something like that. Keep talking and a new batch of cards will be on its way. Alright, special times call for special treatment. I won't make fun of you. Dog Knight, Saglin, this is Josephus, he's a friend of mine. No need to be so sentimental, everyone here is everyone else's friend. If you can't come to love or be loved by everyone over such long periods of time, you'll drown the world in sorrow. Come, let us set our fates, let us set our course for the heart of the world, a realm not reserved for the old or the dead, for the rich or poor. I've quoted that poem before. Okay.
Perhaps these treasures might be of utility to you on your journey. Please, I insist.
Go, go, go. The bridge is about to reset. Oh. Uh-oh. Is this the process for repeat exile to the apathic interval? But why? What has she done?
Cleanup sequence
Could be at
initiated.
least 50 years before we see him again,
Absorption test.
Be silent.
if
Night
I can help
falls.
it. Wait, no, she's gone. No,
Not to be sniffed at.
I couldn't save her. Sad. Uh, these keepers will prowl through the temporal space, restore the elemental cubes that have been moved from their original location. They spot you while you're transporting the cube, they will snatch the cube. Have I even seen a cube until now? Oh. Cute. Wait, do these bridges reset? Okay, these don't. Alright. What?
Goodness, how the world has changed.
Chest. A chest for me?
Might I ask, when did the custom of placing treasure chests in every nook and cranny come into fashion?
These are weird shapes for stairs, aren't they? Like just dripping hazards waiting for people. Um. I have a lot of these now. These memory factor thingies. 23 of them. It's safer here, I don't know why, but the suppression type guards can't get in. Organization type keepers usually don't harm people either, unless you try to steal relics, that is. Sidelin, you've been gripping that suitcase all this time. Your knuckles are all pale. It's safe here, so just put it down for now, okay? Unless you've got stolen relics in that suitcase, but that can't be, right? Still, I'm unsure it's gotta be full of valuable items. Not really, just some things I need to say goodbye to before leaving. Huh? You and your sister are vastly different personalities. What did you say? I mean, have you met my sister? Did she come here before? So the Hilda you mentioned before really is? Easy now, young Sidelin. This place is safe. We can take our time talking about your sister. Shameless fellow. Hilda called you grandpa. I couldn't tell you how many years ago I was born. Still, I have heard you all speak of an age long past when the gods waged war across the land. In my time, there were no gods living on our lands at all. Have you ever seen an angel? That makes you great-great-great-grandpa, Grandpa Historia. Romhilda. Nay, nay, once you get here, all are caught within stagnant space-time, saints and commoners, wise and foolish, young and old. There is no difference. That is to say, don't call me Grandpa. Then let's call each other whatever we want. I'll call you Grandpa Historia, you can call me Young Hilda. She was a good lass, but for some reason she always looked a little gloomy. Indeed. Hey, stop getting sentimental. Sightland's suitcase has been stolen. Hey, give it back. Got away, this is gonna be a difficult chase. What do we do? Don't let this get you down, Zetland. I have a theory. Traveler, come with me. Memory core. What's it gonna do? Okay, it's just a simple offering system. Primos, bulls. Ooh, treasure compass. I need that. There's 10 levels to this. 500 primos. And what, 4 pulls? Mm. Temple of Space Exploration Progress 0. Why am I at 0%? Wait, I'm at 11%. What kind of lies? Bruh. That was a bug, I guess. Okay, I got the segment domain treasure compass. Rewards. Why was that claim button so pink though? Isn't it usually like orange? Above? Oh, up there? Never mind. Defeat the keepers.
Defensive mode engaged.
Animotech 6308!
Observe. To dust.
There it is. Then shall I tell you about the themed areas? Temples, ornament, reserve segments. Wait, I missed a line of dialogue. Our landscapes, relics, and even ecosystems were also uplifted. Take, for example, the Luoyang Academy from ancient Liyue. It has now become an area devoted to art and painting. Then there's Venipi, a laborer who once hauled stone for the mausoleum of King Dashrath. Under orders, he rebuilt a desert-style complex called the Desert Pavilion. Last was my personal favorite, the Mahavaipulya Chamber. Besides ancient texts, it also contains new novels written by some of the uplifted. Since the Temple of Space is preservation rather than evolution, they were also the first to face punishment. So if we go to those three places, Paradise.
Not to be sniffed at.
Okay. Luoyang Academy, Desert Pavilion, Mahavaipulya Chamber. Is this? I mean, the name sounds very Sumeru-ish, but it looks. It doesn't look very Sumeru. This looks Sumeru. This looks Liyue. Okay, I'm gonna take a little break, I think. I'm gonna hide in this room. And we're gonna take a little break. So be right back. Gonna turn on my BGM for you guys. Hey Hana, how was your stream? Did you end? Let me check. You did. Quite some time back. I can close that tab now. Alright, I think I'll probably be switching games. Wait, Otter is streaming? Let me see what he's streaming. Of course, he's playing Valorant. Sorry for the long break. I was just heating up some noodles for myself because I'm hungry. And yeah. Let me see if my friend is still playing GTA. In which case we'll probably switch to GTA. Okay, let's take a GTA break for a bit. We're gonna play some GTA online. Then we'll probably switch back to Genshin again after that. Because there's a lot of exploration left in the new region. Alright. Let me switch to just chatting for a second. And launch my GTA. Oh, there's a 200 MB update. Okay, the update is done. The Rockstar launcher takes a minute to launch games. Let me just eat my noodles in the meantime.
Good evening, sir.
Anxiety, depression, trauma. Don't depend on pills. Find a permanent solution, a transorbital solution, in just 20 minutes. Originally pushed underground as an alternative therapy, the lobotomy is a safe, fast procedure that snips a couple of troublesome nerve endings in your brain. Afterwards, you'll be completely brain dead, like everyone else in the state. Perfect for consuming our culture-free lifestyle. Just as there's a permanent surgical solution for solving that hunger in your stomach, there's a surgical solution that solves the anxiety and hunger for answers in your brain. The San Andreas Lobotomy.
We'll never overdose.
This is Los Santos Rock Radio.
All right, I'm done eating.
How you doing? Listen,
May I help you, sir? Ask away, sir. Right away, sir.
Okay, I should probably launch Discord. probably only play GTA for like half an hour or so. Hello. Hello, hello.
ज्वाइन हो रहा है क्या तेरा?
Yes.
मिलेगा ना मेरे को 2 मिलियन?
क्या पता. You are
1
on
मिलियन.
stream, by the way.
You are on?
Stream.
Oh. I hope I get at least 1 million as empathy gift. The rest by selling the vehicle.
Where should I teleport?
How can I assist you, sir?
Near the bunker, whatever is. Whatever has the most value.
I don't remember. Either bunker or cash factory. One of the two has good value for me. Okay, wait, let me do the spin first.
Right away, sir.
My head was spinning. Why do you want to spin? I wish I had seen them. Yeah, they don't even put the prompt to show the amount properly. Dark patterns exist in games.
A reminder to our VIP
Doesn't the
members,
like the big button that you click, doesn't that show the price?
helicopter services.
No, it just say buy. And this is in Sudden San Andreas. So the buy button does not show the price. You see it on the menu bar or title bar where the vehicle name is written. I was too tunnel visioned on the buy button
How can I help you?
to not notice the price. Sad life. I had 30 million. Would have bought an ad. Backup money as well.
What is the exact price?
12.2. And I had 13.2 or something.
See, it shows the price on the big button.
Which one? Which site are you on?
Southern San Andreas.
Check. I just checked it on mine and it wasn't showing it in the buy button.
What is the car in? Is it special something? Water?
I don't know. It was free.
Is it a car or a bike? I forgot.
Car. 2-door or something. You can sort and it should show up. It's like Lexus
that's-
LFE. Yeah. Yeah, this one. Claim it once. See? The free.
Yeah, if it's free, then what
So-
color do I want? Black. Now if I go back, yeah, now. Why is it different for different cars? Yeah, for this it is like this. For... Huh? Oh, if it has a trade price and then it shows different. I see.
Yes. Dark patterns. I should erase it to consumer forum. I was cheated. I need compensation of another million, 3 million. How long does it take for them to respond?
No idea. I've never contacted them.
Well,
Every dog has its day. Diana got free money multiple times. Surely I can get it once where I really need it. Hmm. I don't even have Kyo Perico prepped up.
Greetings, sir. Do you have a request,
I
sir?
check the.
Where are you right now?
I am near the bunker.
Okay, then let me go cash factory.
May I help you, sir?
MC business.
Of
The
course,
enhanced
sir.
edition seems a lot more refined. The movement delay which we had once you get
Yeah.
out of a vehicle. That is
Okay, this is the one that has 330k.
yeah, give me that. Is there a way to give me higher cuts? Send me an invite. Where
I
did
think I
that
need
be?
to retire.
Yeah. Send me an invite to your bunker.
Did you join?
Yeah, just VPs get good salary. Come on, dude. Give me 10x. Please.
Hi Jay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Thanks for the wait, what's this? Oh, it's started a new bits target. Thanks for the bits. Wait, Supermarket? When did you stream Supermarket together? How are you? I'm fine.
You can start.
I'm doing great. How have you been? How was your
Just on weekend.
weekend
I had to deliver
plans?
2 boards on
You doing this, huh? The product's in the back of the truck and ready to move. Get it to the buyer, and you're
You
done.
had some weekend plans to like stay out after the drunk stream, didn't you?
Should I sit on my Oculus? Yeah, not having a good day. Probably do something myself.
5.6 kilometers only. Should be easy, I think.
Yeah, with me, nothing
It was good. How was your weekend? Mine was fine. I just slept as usual. Did nothing. I didn't even stream this weekend. I usually do stream on weekends. And I was too lazy. Understandable. Yeah. I spent most of it like installing on my games on my new laptop. Any plans for your week? Not really. What about you? Do you have any plans? I mean, my plans are just the usual. Sleep, work, eat, and play. Hopefully play with friends, because that's always more fun than playing alone. Please be careful. Bro, put in a PSA.
Just giving a reminder to everyone.
You put in a PSA. Public service announcement. Nope, gotta be
Important is
chilled out,
spread
sleeping.
awareness. People should learn from my experiences.
What gun are you using?
WR-29 pistols. Not sure where did I get it from. The blue dot missions. It has a cool sound,
Yeah, pop sound.
but bad range. Let's use a flare gun.
How is GTA going? We just started. We just so my friend accidentally bought a car that he didn't mean to buy, so he
I
needs
was about
money.
to buy a mansion, but it's okay. Use
Yeah.
a mansion when you can have a 2 million car.
He finally saved enough to buy the mansions in the game, but then accidentally bought a 2 million car, so now he's a bit short.
A bit 2 million short.
Um,
50k. Just 50k. Huh? How much money do you? What is your value bunker? Is it high enough to sell?
Bunker, I will need to check.
You calling for some wheels? I'm Johnny
Seems
on the
like a
spot.
bad
I'll
accident.
hook you up.
Yeah. I mean, normally it would be fine, but he had been saving for the mansion, and just the day he would have been able to buy it is the day that he messed up.
I'll bring it to you.
I have no clue how GTA works. Ah, you just do crime, you get money, and you buy stuff with it. But yeah, he had just saved enough for a mansion, and
Wait. No. What?
okay, let me go to my mansion and TP to bunker from there. You should do the how special work thing. It should
What?
be near the opposite the casino. There should be like an edge icon or something. Do you have one?
What does that give?
It's a special
Edge.
like workshop which lets you modify. Sorry.
Oh, house vehicle.
Yeah, it lets you modify
Oh,
some like specific vehicles into like much faster versions, and by doing his first like his mission, it's like a race. You need to do something in 8 minutes, I think. 8 minutes 10 seconds is his time. You need to beat that time, and if you do that, you get like your first upgrade for free.
Can we use our Oppress?
No, you need to use his car.
I would have used car in S95, red color.
Thanks for the hydrate. Let me hydrate.
I'll do it later. Let's see what this we can do. What? 11.319. Here, Perigo should be enough. Some backup.
Are you saying OMG looking at my character in GTA?
How can I assist you, sir?
Let me go bunker.
Naturally, sir.
There are animals in this
Yeah.
enhancement. I just
Near the bunker, you'll see like, what do you call them? Jaguars and stuff.
oh. I
One
just,
killed Shripal the other day.
I just hit reindeer with my oppressor.
This is my character, and wait for my friend to get here.
Yeah.
Why are you trying to poke me in the bum? Okay, let's do a cell. By the way, you could drive inside the bunker in enhanced version.
Huh?
Yeah, like if you normally when you bring in your vehicle, if you press W, it just takes you out, teleports you out, right? But in enhanced version, you can like drive around inside.
Oh, that's some enhanced shit.
Very unique skins, yeah. It gets boring dressing up normally, so we wear these goofy skins, and then mine is like glitched so that my face disappeared, so it shows my character's face inside. So I keep
I've
it like
got
that.
a rebreather too.
Yeah, you have a rebreather glitching into your
Just
mask.
in case we need to go underwater.
Our other friend has like a blue Grinch outfit. Okay, sell stock.
Monkey. Like
I used to wear like a normal like tuxedo and stuff, but then I got this and it never changed.
We need distance between us and the buyers this time. You're making dead drops around the state. Pick up a dune buggy and let's get it moving.
Oh, look,
Time is
there's
tight.
a Jaguar there. Thankfully it ran away. Is this
Wow.
the one with the C4? Or...
okay, it is attacking. I was attacking. Thankfully, I got into the car.
Wait, is it the C4 one? Yeah, it is the C4 one. I placed
Oh.
one on the left or left.
Cool. Your money, not mine.
But you also need the money. Would it be
50 grand.
faster to go around that way? Never mind, I'll just go here. This is the difficult one, I think. 15 minutes to do 4 and then the 5th one shows up.
Oh god. Alright, so do 4. Or we can restart.
Let's just try to do it. We should be at least be able to do like the 4 each.
Yep.
restarting like takes time, and you also lose like 10-20% of value, I think.
Yeah, although I won't get more than 50 grand. Oh, I saw wild boar.
There's also a new like daily mission taking pictures of the animals. Gives you like 3 animals per day. You need to
Tell me
find
no
them.
thank you. 3 billion. I saw cat as a big chungus cat. I was surprised. Ooh. Where is it? Look, a fox. Were they just trying out stuff for GTA 6 and GTA 5 and Enhanced Edition?
No, I think animals are there since the beginning, but not in GTA Online Legacy.
Oh,
In single player, animals are there from the beginning.
I haven't played the story.
When the GTA 5 trailer came out, that was one of the big things people noticed, like the dog. There was a dog in the trailer, I think.
I wish we could release the Puma and KO Perico. Is it Puma or Jaguar? Oh, no, no. Almost pushed your car.
Enhanced version looks so much better. The
I'm on
lighting.
minimum settings, so I would do. At least it is running at 60 FPS. It feels vehicles feel faster.
Thanks for the alert, Jay.
Much further is the first drop to have reached 100. Wow, is this bad, dude? Doing more is gonna be difficult.
How many did you get? I got my
0.
first. Oh no! I pressed E instead of. Okay. Almost blew myself up. I stopped at the drop and then I pressed E. Thankfully, it doesn't auto explode until you move, I guess.
And I jumped out of the game. My stream will be a lot more funnier than yours.
Yes, you should stream for sure. You're at the drop where I'm going now. Do we have the same? I guess we have the same.
I have one at the dam. Oh, don't drop a bomb. I will drop one. Hehe. We did it.
Nice. Okay. There's rapids too.
Okay.
What?
What? What?
Somehow I got sniped.
Knifed by a rabbit.
Sniped. No, snipe, like
Knifed. Okay.
randomly, like one shot.
Was there an enemy nearby?
I mean, yes, they were shooting me from behind, but they were shooting with like bullets, like pistols, SMGs. I don't know why I exploded
I
suddenly.
think I see this before somewhere. Like the enemies have super precise aim with pistols.
It spawned me below the slope. I'm climbing up.
Get your oppressor. Motorcycle MC, where you use it from the interactive menu, you can spawn your oppressor behind you. Anywhere.
Anywhere?
Yeah.
Oh, like without a road also.
Probably yes. Mostly you need a road, but it could be quite close.
Lost so much time because of that. Oh no, this one is in such a bad position. Like a valley, off-road. Okay, not so bad.
Delivered 3.
Yeah, same.
Oh shit. So I went near one of my mines, which supposedly had exploded, but somehow that at least I cleared the path for you. Good news is your vehicle is intact. Yours is on the dam, just there. I think I trampled the dog.
I hope I can at least make 4. Yeah, 1.6 kilometers should be doable easily.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be doable with my driving skills. Yo.
No, no, no. Oh, oh, oh. No, 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 no. I fell in. No.
Bye bye. Bye.
I was so close. The guy is still sitting in the No.
Take your oppressor and follow me.
How do I even get
Let's
up
see.
to this place? Okay, never mind.
Oh no, this is the stupid one. Under the bridge. I remember this one, the last one is a bad position. Automatic weapons. Yo, bro, did you drop a landmine in one of the very beginning because I bumped into
Yes, it was the first one where I went. I accidentally pressed E instead of X.
Thank you. Almost got killed. I tried for 1 kilometer. Is that you?
Oh, I am still at the dam. At the
Yeah,
swim.
I'll make it. You.
Nice.
Right, man.
Nice.
They are chasing. I want to be. Oh, time's short. Shit. I am leaving the area. Hold it.
Nice.
TK.
That's some.
How much do you have now?
1:11:36, 11.36 minutes.
Thatch.
I could have had. Oh,
Let me collect my arcade money.
I can let my nightclub money and then leave.
Okay.
It's late.
Why did it not put a bounty?
Yeah, I was half expecting one.
You're coming to church with me.
if you have 8 minutes, you can do the HSW race thing. Right? It should take like 7.5-ish if you drive. Okay, it took me like 7 minutes and 10 seconds.
Is it limited time thing or?
No, if you fail, you can try again. When I installed Enhanced, it was April Fool's Day, so the entire map was snowy, so it was very difficult. I was failing it by 5-10 seconds every time. I tried like 3 times that day. But then next day with Shripal, I tried it and it was a lot easier, and I did it in like 7 minutes, 10 seconds, like with 1 minute to spare.
I'll try to.
Okay.
Fully Rockstar supports me. 11.46.
It would be nice if you could give loans to your friends. I have 17 million.
Or just free money.
I think on console you
some-
can drop money, but on PC, because there are hackers, you can't drop money. Because hackers used to just like spawn modded money, so everyone would get rich. That's what I have heard. I don't know if you can still drop money in console or not. But at least at some point you could. At some point you could even drop on PC, but yeah, because of hackers they disabled it.
I really.
I think you
And
can
I-
like hire a mugger or something to mug someone and steal their money, and they might steal like up to 10k or something. I don't know how to do that, but yeah. Did you see the new VCD format?
No.
Sliggy made a video.
I saw Kojo's reactions.
They are removing like basically any team, like all teams have to go through qualifiers. Partners, it's not like only partners will play stage 1 or something. Partners might get like, obviously they might start from like stage of 32 or something, but like assuming it goes like 256 teams and 128 teams, something like that. Maybe partners will obviously start later and get higher seating, but basically any team. So like in Masters and Champions, you can have some random team from Premier if they do well in qualifiers.
And big teams can lose an entire season.
Yeah.
Wow.
Basically, it's because everyone was saying that tier 2 is not supported well enough, so they basically removed tier 2, removed basically the tier system entirely, pretty much. Partners get like very little in terms of special treatment. I mean, they do get like obviously stipends and stuff, but in terms of representation, any team can play now.
That's good. That would make things a lot more chaotic.
Yeah, on one side people were like tier 2 is not supported, on the other side people were like teams like Team Secret and all like losing every game, but they're still partners, so they're like wasting slots. So yeah, yeah, that's why they did this, I guess.
Let's see how it plays out. So, since when will it be applicable?
2027 season, but the qualifiers will start, I think, after champs at end of 2026, Q4 2026.
Oh. So players would definitely be exhausted.
Yeah, I think obviously partners will start later in the stages, I guess. So, I don't know.
Playoffs, hopefully.
Yeah, what is this? HSW time trial. Oh, there's a. Oh, this is a daily thing, I guess. But you need like a HSW modified vehicle. Okay, let me do
Kuronami
stash
doesn't
house. Kurama.
I
Kurona.
need to sleep.
I don't know what are the HSW vehicles. There should be a list somewhere. I think the one I know is like the Turismo GT or whatever, which is what you need to use for the race. Which is I think free with the Criminal Enterprise starter pack or something.
Alright.
Bye bye, GG's.
I wish me luck or
Good luck getting your refund. Bye bye. Let me close my Discord. Yeah, let me just do the stash house and the cache thing, and then we'll probably go back to more exploration in Genshin's new map. Oh look, cows. I'll be right back. 1 second. All right. I just turned off my lights because it's like 3 a.m. My tracking might suffer a little bit because of it, but hopefully not too much. I did have to turn up my screen brightness for that, though. Okay, let's do this.
Shit face! Asshole!
Oh shit! Fucking tool!
I'm also seriously doubting if I have a cold or if I'm having some sort of an allergic reaction, like seasonal allergies. I do get them quite often. Because I was, when I went BRB right now, I was sneezing for like 30 seconds continuously. 73 27 38 7327 38 7327 38 7327 38. Seven three two seven 38. Cash factory. Okay. I think my cash factory was out of supplies, so I think that was the better option. Okay, let's do. What is this? Darts. Let us do this. Okay, should we fly over there or should we? Let's go to the mansion. I can use my terminal to check on the status of all my other businesses. Wait, what just happened? Oh, wait, is that supposed to be the? Is this the prison? That's. You get like an instant 4-star wonder level if you go over the prison. Makes sense. Yeah, my tracking really isn't working in the dark. That's alright. Barely got in before the cops could find me. Okay, let me go to my office. If I remember where it is, it should be here. Master control terminal. think my... Wait. My friend got a reply on his support ticket. They can't refund his purchase, which is how it should be. Because I mean, it was his mistake, but he was kind of hoping for like a first time, you know, just let him off the hook. All right. Gun running. Let's just buy some supplies for this. Do we? Or do we? Wow, there's so many upgrades. Okay, these are bad. I don't want liveries and stuff. Dune FAV. Yeah, I do have a Dune FAV, right? I could install a grenade launcher. Oppressor. This is not the Mark II. Technical custom, insurgent. SMG hollow sight, proximity mine. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna go and find my cache.
How can I assist you, sir?
And then we will switch to...
May I help you, sir? Very good, sir.
where the cat probably sleeping as usual. Did you hear what Zik Knight did? He did something very on brand for him. Should I do this? I think he can sell it at LS Customs to get like 50% or 50-60% according to Google. So he should get enough to buy. Yeah, he should barely get enough to buy a mansion if he sells it. Oh, my cache is right across the street. I hope no jaguar comes and attacks me. Let me keep my shotgun ready. Yeah, he was going to buy it today. He had like 13 million and he wasted it. Where could it be? What is that box? Oh, I hear it. It's there. Oh no. Ah. No, let me request my presser. Uh-oh, should I just hide here? Can they find me? They'll probably find me. Oh, what? Oh, there was a gap there. No, Rana. Everyone knows cops can't look up. So if we go up, we should be safe. Yeah. Very abusive police, yeah. I think we are done with the daily stuff. Let me check what pictures it wants, even though I'm not going to do it. It gives such random animals. You would need to look up a guide to figure out where to find each animal. Cow, poodle, great cormorant. Oh, you got great cormorant last time, remember? Cow, I think I saw some. I don't know where to find poodle and great cormorant. Ah. Okay, anything else to do? Riz, thanks for playing Riz. You can do exclamation mark Riz to find out your own Riz percent. %, not bad. Yeah, I think I'll switch back to Genshin. They had a new update today, so there's a new region to explore with puzzles and stuff. What time is it? Yeah, I'll maybe play like half an hour more. Wait, not quit to story mode, quit game. Thanks for the stretch, thanks for the hydrate. Yes, let me walk around a bit. Let me switch to BRB, walk around a bit while I launch Genshin. I can't touch grass in my home. I don't have grass. I could make a Dutch grass redeem. Like, I have this. Where is it? The headband thing. Oh, pork night. I have animal ears now. And I have this thing, right? I could make a Dutch grass redeem which puts a grass thing there. Stole my glasses too. Alright, enjoy my blank stare while I drink some water and walk around a bit. %45 Riz. Not bad. Alright, I'ma head out. See you tomorrow. Okay. Bye-bye. Let me check my own res. Okay, let me first switch to the game. Where is the game? There you go. %47%. Oh no, I had like 98 before. I lost my res. Well, what can you do? Slightly bigger than my... yeah. We both have the same ballpark amount of res. Do you think this guy has Riz or not? He looks like he's dead inside, but then he speaks in such a speaks in a very eloquent way. His voice lines are pretty nice.
Let us have a modicum of patience for the richness and complexity of humanity. The wanton cruelty of the few is not worth our ire.
Bro is a philosopher.
People ought not be so frightened of ghosts. They are merely talking shadows, chattering away endlessly about their past affairs. You look worried. Relax. It takes more than a little rainfall to extinguish my lamp. Listen. That, my friend, is the world's original symphony. No instrument could ever replicate the sheer power and grandeur of thunder.
Okay, let's see. This area is pretty cool. Do you think we're ever going to get... yeah, I guess we are going to get there, but This voice actor for some reason seems really familiar. No clue. Genshin does like say the VA name. It's Nick Olsen. You could look him up. Wait, let me look him up for you. Nick Olsen. VA. IMDb. Lunera Souls Rift podcast series. Zenless Zone Zero. There's no such thing as a vampire. Kenshin. Honkai Star Rail. Stranger Among Us. Dipsticks. Myth. To Kill Death. These are all the listings on his IMDb. Kazakh, in that time I got reincarnated as a slime. Additional voices in some JoJo games. Dragon Ball Z, Kakarot. Probably where I know him from. Which one? Which one of these have you played or watched?
Greetings. I am Kirill Trudemirovich Flins. It is considered good etiquette to give my full name when greeting important guests. But this no doubt
Reincarnated
leaves
into
you
a slime?
wondering what
I
to call
see.
me.
You watched it like in English voiceover? Then probably yes.
Defensive mode engaged.
Animal Tech 63.
Be silent. Close your eyes. To dust.
I watched both.
Not to be sniffed at.
I did that with like my first couple of anime. I watched like Naruto, both dubbed and subbed, whichever I would find online. Because I didn't want to pay for like Crunchyroll or something. Which way? Okay, there's 3 ways to go. Which one do we want to do first? A day, the Grand Temple inscribed with ages. A desert pavilion. Mahavaipulya Chamber. Luoyang Academy. This is Luoyang. I spent 7 years watching anime on YouTube before I gave it to Crunchyroll. I think Crunchyroll's been getting worse and worse apparently. They've had some issues with like bad subtitles and stuff. Like they've been stealing fan-made subs and stuff. That's what I've heard. Genshin does this funny thing. You see, there's this censorship on his butt. It creates they do this weird censorship whenever a character is floating. I think it has as well, but well. World in a painting. Within the Temple of Space, you will sometimes find paintings that have pockets of space sealed inside them by overlapping the image in the painting with the corresponding scene. Text can restore the space. Okay, so you can bring the painting to life or something. First, we need to keep this dude.
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Absorption test.
Observe. Close your eyes. To dust.
What? Oh, I see. I feel like they could have had a better camera angle for that puzzle because it was going right through my character, but That's alright.
Defensive mode engaged.
Animal Tech 63.
Be silent. Observe. Be silent.
I hate when the game makes me kill animals. I mean, I understand that they're like murder kitties who would murder me if I don't. But I'd rather not. Oh, that looks pretty. Oh, so bright. What the hell? That's like the brightest fog I've ever seen. Is that a dim star Paimon sees over there? It looks like a crack in the sky. The sky is breaking apart. Whatever shall we do? That looks cool though. Imagine one day you look up at the sky and there's like a big crack in it. It'd be so freaky. And these ink blots, they kind of feel human somehow. Inkman just said something that's so creepy. Abstractionist. Okay, I'm gonna explore this area first. What happens if I swim away? I imagine there'll just be like an invisible barrier or something, so I'm not gonna waste my time. Can we go in through this hole? I was gonna make a joke about the censorship, however I forgot the character's name I was gonna make the joke about. Like, is it some pop culture character or a character in this game? Give me what you got. I can try to fill in the blanks. Genuinely can't find the bloke's name. It's in Genshin. Tell me something about him. Like, not this guy, right? This guy is on screen. His name is Flins. You can see my current team on the right side. Oh, Osmanthus wine. Wait, let me first of all change my category. That reminds me, I haven't changed it yet. And second of all, that is Zhongli.
Let us have.
That is this guy.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
He hit us with the exact same line that you mentioned.
Every journey. Where do you want to go next? Boats are made for transferring commodities back.
He has a really nice voice. Keith Silverstein. I think he was in Skyrim too.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder why he remembers all the videos about Zhongli. Wait, what videos about him? What kind of videos about Zhongli have you been watching? Is he supposed to have cake? I don't think so. He looks pretty flat. Most of the older male characters are pretty flat. I haven't, I've just heard so many jokes about how flat. Ah, yes, he is pretty flat. Investigate the room. That's the same crack in the sky. It won't open. The Dark Knight, how about giving it a real nasty kick? Kick forcefully. How is it? I can't feel my legs. There's also that dim star from just now, see? Move the camera left and right to look for the ink man. What? Oh, the hell? Ink person found. A world in one's palm. What?
Perhaps these treasures might be of utility to you on your journey.
Dex.
Please, I insist.
Yikes, where are we now? Is the crack still here? Yeah, the crack in the sky is still here. Make sure you watch. What was it saying? I couldn't read it. Okay, we need to restore that painting. Nice. I like mechanisms like this. This reminds me of the viewfinder puzzle game that we played before, where you could like take pictures of something and then
Goodness,
use the
how
picture
the world has
to
changed.
actually bring things into life.
Might I ask, when did the custom of placing treasure chests in every nook and cranny come into fashion?
Does it feel like we're still missing something? Yes, the scene does feel a little incomplete because there's another painting.
Surge. Insulation chamber
Stay clear!
Close your eyes. Observe. Do you fear the dark?
Done and dusted. What? A human popped out this time. Mountains cannot crush the buried spirit. Through riven clouds, the sky at last appears. I am free. Hilda, Dex, and my new friends, please accept my thanks. I'm our younger sister, Zeitlin. Oh, why you two look so alike? Yes, I've been told that a lot. And who are these two? My name's Paimon, and this is the Dark Knight. It was Astoria's commission that brought us here. In that case, let's dispense with the introductions. Do you possess any degree of martial skill, preferably of the sort that might see off a legatus of Remoria? How? Just how did you come up with that description? This goes back to how a certain border fortress rose to prominence when Remoria was destroyed. One day, after much time had passed, an old man arrived at its gates, claiming to be the master of the Guhua clan. One day, the two sides fell to arguing. When the Remorian commander said he was in charge of music in the army, the acting master thought him weak. But in truth, the greater your musical mastery, the higher your rank in the Remorian military. And this commander, why, he had already undergone petrification. Okay, is that supposed to be a good thing? By the way, I don't know if you've heard of this, but everyone in the Remorian inner circles was transformed into Ichor, becoming semi-immortal golems. So when the acting master channeled his inner energies into a single strike, he only wound up hurting his own hand. He then spoke harshly, lamenting a lack of successes to the Guhua clan's secret arts and the withering of talent on the vine in his era. Why, so he claimed, he didn't even possess a vision. Of course, he wouldn't have been selected if he had one in the first place. After enduring the apathic interval, we could no longer receive visions, but anyway, back to our story. The commander shot back with choice words of his own, claiming that the legati of Remoria were far more terrifying than he could ever be. Sure, cool story, Paimon supposes. Also, don't worry. The Dark Knights 1000% got what it takes to fight a legatus. With both hands tied behind my back, even. Best that I keep a low profile, eh? And that's great. By the way, why were you in the painting, and what are those humanoid ink blots? This is how Malanta delivers punishment, sealing people into paintings and smushing them into ink blots. Just like my cage, which was encased in layers of paintings. So the ink blots we saw back then were actually people. Yes. Now over to the wise. The more realistic a painting is, the more fitting a cage it is to ensconce your spirit. After all, its essence may be grasped at a glance. As such, expect hidden secrets lurking behind any realistic painting you find here. And what should we do next? This is not the right place for such talk. Let's head back first. I need to wipe my glasses. Chest. Exquisite chest. Investigate. Oh, we sure made it back quickly. This place is truly full of wonders. It is indeed fabulous, comparable to the finishing touch from Rex Lapis's hand, which brought stone to life. And with the power of your heart and mind, you can really turn those lifelike paintings into reality. Anyway, what's our next plan of action? The key to restoring the entire library lies in completing that final illuminating stroke. But before we do that, we must first restore this painting. Over the heavenly heart emerges the four horizons fade to white. What a commanding name. That's a Inazuman preference in painting names for you. Theoretically, we should be able to complete the missing part of the painting in the Tower of Radiant Light. But with our path barred, it seems we can only head to the abode of resplendent talent to see if we can reach the Tower of Radiant Light from there. Vader was behind the story this whole time. Paimon had to travel and kick this thing full force. The traveler was strong enough to level mountains, but the door didn't even budge. Is your foot numb? Yeah. Probably because the stone was manifested from the painting through the mind. As such, it doesn't exist as physical matter as we know it. Historia once mentioned that he had a teacher named Aristocles. Is that a a reference to Aristotle and what's that other guy who was always saying that mind prevails over matter. I guess this is what they meant. But leveling mountains, you say, that will make you just as powerful as Ishtaha. Speaking of which, Yu Huangyi from the Mahavaipunya chamber told me that Ishtaha already existed back in his era. As such, the so-called finishing touch that brought the dragon to life was nothing more than a legend, invention of later generations. A fine story all the same. Oh my god, I love that they're actually clarifying these. This is like an important part of the lore, because there was this trailer which suggested that this dragon, Ishtaha, was brought to life by the Geo Archon, Zhongli. But then the actual lore suggests that the dragons existed long before. So a lot of people were confused by the conflicting information, but this clarifies that later generations just invented that legend just as a story to tell. And did you realize something from that? I just told him you ruined a precious memory, you know that? I can relate. Never mind, just take it as a fun little anecdote. Anyways, since the door was bought from a painting, a painter must open it. Allow me to do that for you. You didn't seem very surprised. That's because the traveler's been through even crazier stuff. Lots of extraordinary adventures, huh? Guess I shouldn't even be surprised if you've saved the world before. He and his sisters were separated by an awful god. The main goal of our adventure is to find his lost sibling, so the traveler can understand how you feel. I hope you find your sibling and may you live a life of peace and happiness. I think we have an ad break here. Oh, I'm sorry, she forgot that you won't. Please don't apologize. Thanks for the bits, Jay. Thank you so much. It was my fault for bringing it up. Also, that's not what I meant. I really hope that your wish comes true. Thank you, Sightland. Alright, open sesame. Let's get moving then. Head to the abode of resplendent talent. Wait, what? That's a flat. Why is this window fake? But the others are not fake? What? So if the painting is real, then the landscape. What? These photos. They were painted using a camera, yes. Back then, your sister told us of something capable of creating pictures even more lifelike than the most realistic paintings. You all wondered what it would be like. It's a shame that she didn't have a camera, nor did she have a picture painted by it on hand. Now that I've seen one myself, it does look incredibly lifelike. How's that for feeling smug? Machines have taken realism to its natural end, but there's still room for imagination, you know? Not exactly. No matter how realistic the painting, it still carries the painter's emotion and aesthetic sense. Though some of the colors can be found in the real world, you can really feel the painter's heart from the way said colors are used. Even the most realistic painting carries within it minor details of friction, exaggeration, and blur. That's where the artist's aesthetics and craft come into play. Do you hear noise in the background, by the way? Someone's using like a mixer in the kitchen, so yeah. Okay, it's not like Paimon doesn't get it. Paimon just wanted to compliment you so she could ask you to, maybe draw something for us later. Don't you already have Albedo's painting of you? Paimon wants to see what a more expressive version of her would look like though. Yeah, Albedo's painting she looks very cool and suave. Thank you so much. Zeitlin, could Paimon have a look? Sure, these photos were taken during my sister's vacation. The passerby she asked was really bad at photography, so some photos only show the top of her head poking out from the bottom. But I can tell that she's smiling happily all the same. Sorry to let you see that. The lighting and composition of these photos are terrible. There's no sense of depth or layering at all. It's not that bad. I think these are the best photos. If your sister hadn't insisted on only showing her head, these would have been the worst of scenic photos. But thanks to her, they have become memories and proof of her presence there. I think I get what you mean. I found my stuff. Let's keep helping Taoshi out, shall we? That's so cute though. She's like going around collecting pictures of her sister and like memorabilia of her sister. That's super cute. I think the painting there leads to the abode of resplendent talent. See if you can find a way to the Tower of Radiant Light from there. That said, I won't be joining you for your next journey. I'll head back to the central area to let others know we're safe. Then I'll be back in no time. Whether I succeed or not, I should have enough time to see you again on my way back. Long live life to continue exploring. Okay, we're supposed to go there, so first we shall obviously explore the other way around. I don't think there's anything of note here. It's a beautiful waterfall. We're seeing inkmen everywhere. Use Dex's ability to restore the space in the painting. Okay, oh no, don't fall. Oh, that's clever. You get the painting out of the painting. It's very clever.
Let us have a modicum of patience for the richness and complexity of humanity. The wanton cruelty of the few is not worth our ire. Perhaps these treasures might be of utility to you on your journey. Please, I insist. Goodness, how the world has changed. Might I ask, when did the custom of placing treasure chests in every nook and cranny come into fashion?
Mauki. Hello, my name is Asher. I'm a painting. MC Asher, is that you? This is the guy we saw when we first resonated with the statue of the Seven. Oh, that's cool. Spreading ink is a terrifying tide that can consume everything. Lingering within its reach will cause you to take continuous damage. When Texas helps, season and fold the paintings to construct paths that didn't exist before and escape the spreading ink. What the hell? What was that? Oh, that's trippy.
Is this an answer from this world?
Oh. Oh, sorry to keep you waiting. Looks like things went smoothly for you guys too. Tausi, can you believe it? We ran into a fake Escher. You filled Tausi in about what happened. This must be Melanda working from behind the curtain. To him, names are nothing but a string of numbers slapped onto us when we arrive here. How would he know that Moki was a nickname that Escher's grandfather and grandfather gave him in his childhood? But as it turned out, everyone here gets along so well that you all call him that now. Just because we were somewhat unsettled by his paintings doesn't mean we dislike him. It's just that messing with space is a grave issue around here that only makes Paimon want to see his work even more. Yeah, MC Escher made like surrealist, like landscape stuff, right? We'll get the chance to see it, I'm sure. Now that we've got this whole set of paintings, one stroke is all we need to connect them. Allow my clumsy hand to provide that finishing touch. After all, I did coach Kano on his Liwa landscape paintings. He won't mind me adding a little something. Through this painting, you should be able to enter the pavilion of paintings at the center. Once you're inside, try reaching out and plucking the heavenly heart. It just occurred to me, adding feet to a dragon and dotting the eyes of a dragon are both sayings concerning dragons. Adding feet to a dragon and dotting the eyes of a dragon. Their meanings are worlds apart. What do those mean? That does not look like a star, that looks like a crack in the sky. What the hell?
They call this a pleasant surprise, right?
Thanks for the hydrate. I best be off. Hope you have an amazing rest of stream. Alright, thanks for being around, Jay. Hope you have a great evening. And yeah, see you
I
around.
don't sing for anyone in particular. Still, if someone stops to listen, I hope it provides a moment of peace all the same.
Alright, I have hydrated and I'm ready to continue with the story, but I really wanna jump on this star. Am I okay? Whoa, what the hell? That was so cool. Dang. Kano, Yoshitoshi, Bosch, you all come back to life. Oh yeah, I never want to paint another screen again. Good to have you back. You really look like Hilda. She's my older sister. I know, this man's still got an eye for people. Speaking of which, Sightland, come here for a moment.
Did they run from home too?
I'm only at like 20% exploration though. This is a pretty dense area. I mean, the overall amount of space isn't too big, but the density seems quite high. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Moki anywhere. Did he end up trapped in the desert pavilion? That's on you lot. Why did you lure him into the construction site anyway? We weren't excluding him or anything, we just wanted to show the people from the desert pavilion how shocking the spatial distortion is. After all, they're the ones who are so obsessed with space. Messing with space might break the rules around here. He's probably been forcibly exiled by Belanta by now. These melons... Are they ripe? Huh? 21 means, are you sure they're ready to be eaten? That doesn't matter. Sideline, the two of us used to teach your sister how to draw. That's her signature. And since it's her stuff, you should be the one to keep them and take them away from this place. What do you think of this painting? How should I put it? Some people can paint on par with masters in their teenage years, and so they spend the rest of their life searching for paintings imbued with childlike innocence. I can neither discern a masterful temper nor childlike innocence from Hilda's painting. Instead, it is tinged with sadness. Isn't the sadness conveyed by painting the fruit impressive enough? Really? Are you telling me this painting is devoid of childlike charm and doesn't look like a master's work? Talent and diligent practice are prerequisites for cultivating the spirit of a master. So, why don't you forget what we've taught and do another painting? You guys are hilarious. I'm not doing another painting. I've experienced it once already and I find it quite interesting. But just as a canvas, once colored, cannot return to pristine white, how could I possibly forget what I've learned? Let the mediocre piece be as it is. Is that so? So it's just a mediocre piece? And yes, she still signed her name on it. Yes, when we artists take commissions, we always use secret signatures to sign our work. So she named the painting Long Live Life, and then she left. What do you think? Are you going to take her painting with you? No, let it stay where it belongs. Such paintings may become lost or destroyed in less than 100 years if brought outside. Better let it repose in eternal peace here with you. I see. How do I get up there? Noise. How many memory factors do I have now? What is this? Segment domain control module 0 particle. 3 domain control modules to unlock the secret hall of the realms. Ooh. Interesting. They love doing that now. Every map area has a secret vault. Looks like everything's going smoothly. Historia, what are you doing here? Dowsy told me that you had arrived at Loyal Academy, so I came along with him. How's the search going? Have you found what you were looking for this time, Zyklin? I have. Could you tell me what it was that landed in Luoyang Academy this time? This is the place of painters, after all. And to tell the truth, I haven't a foggiest what it might be. Photos from my sister's camera. A camera? I've heard people talking about such devices before. Hey, you're falling behind. The painters have all heard about cameras from Zydlin's sister. That's because people here focus on the visual arts. It's normal that she talked to them about it. The thing I discussed most with Hilda was philosophy. Philosophy? It's hard to imagine my sister talking about this with someone as knowledgeable as you. Oh, you flatter me. We weren't getting into a deep or complex debates. We were just chatting about how to look at the everyday things around us. For example, the most fundamental question of philosophy is whether one should or shouldn't end it all tomorrow. Huh? Allow me to explain. In a sense, our inquiry into the world is a search for the very meaning of our existence within it. Whether we are the children seated upon the god's knees, or merely echoes in the winds of inconstant time. Oh, if that is too far remote, how can an ordinary person weigh themselves against the universe? For most, the world is no more than their own lives. If we one day discover that everything is destined to return to nothingness in the far future, would our lives now still hold meaning? Or should our lives be a shoreless sea of suffering to begin with? Then the world may in truth be but a collection of agonies. This is such a nice screen. In either case, there is no difference between living or not. In the latter, death might even be called a release. Paimon doesn't think that's right. Not that she knows how to argue against you, though. And what was my sister's response? Never mind that, I was the one arguing that even if life is inherently meaningless, we should still choose to live it. Ah, it seems you haven't heard. I saw my sister's tombstone back at the sanatorium. Thanks for trying to save her in the end. What's written on her epitaph? One lifetime doesn't count. Is that what it says? I see. Silent. I can hardly believe it myself, and I wish I could say something to take your pain away. Give me some time, though. You don't have to say anything. I thought I'd cry the moment I saw her tombstone, but as it turned out, I was unusually calm. It would have been better if I had cried. That's not what I meant. Anyway, you'll understand later. Amidst the ink-tinged mist added to the archive. How do I... Oh, that's clever.
Defensive mode engaged.
Animal Tech 63 away!
Close your eyes. Observe. To dust. Not to be sniffed at.
Is this mist a method of loading the map? I think it is. Alright, I think I might end the Genshin exploration here. We'll definitely continue with this tomorrow though. Assuming I have time tomorrow. I should have time. But yeah. The Wuwa. Okay, let me do this. The Wuwa daily research should have happened already, so we can probably do our Wuwa dailies first. And then we can end stream. Expedition rewards. Sure, let's get our expedition rewards. I didn't do my resin today, did I? I don't think I did, so
Add Astro.
I could do these and then one. Sure, let's do them.
Merciless. A dash of frosting. Let my name echo in the Pinnacle of Excellence.
My name echo it.
Get to work. Mine to wield.
King and Queen should present a united front.
What the hell's happening there?
Off to the freezer. Strike a pose. Sword. Power.
Let's have a ball. It'll be fun.
Yeah. Shower me with praise.
I want to gear up first. So, there. What my summons?
Let
us dance, my dearest!
Try to remember the steps this time.
Oops! I thought I had it memorized.
A little amuse-bouche.
It is time to slay our foes with one almighty
This calls for some
strike!
pomp and ceremony. Good lord,
I've
I'm
lost
getting your
my
lives.
place. Where were we?
A dash of frost. Time to shine. Goose on the loose.
Cannon fire!
Just don't get stuck in the barrel.
A little amuse bouche. Audacity! Get to work!
Oh, this is all getting rather dreary.
Allow me, my darling. Ow! A little scoop!
Someone else.
Oh, switch at the bad time.
Fearless.
And now, a towering return to form!
Show no mercy.
Oh no! Sorry, my dear.
All right. Just one more boss, and then we'll probably do one domain or something. Oh, wrong team. I'm gonna switch my teams. Should I try? Let's try Flint's team for this. Because he does massive damage. Just not sure about the part where you need to do a lot of Night Soul damage, but maybe we won't even reach that part.
Ultimatum protocol.
Stay clear. Absorption test. Animal hypostasis emu.
I will return.
What was that? I'm sorry, what? What killed me?
I pray you will find peace.
Converge.
Cleanup sequence initiated.
Stay clear. World, where to?
Close your eyes. Be silent. Night falls. Observe. To dust.
Insulation chamber deployed. A moonlit night for all.
And its ashes will fall like rain!
Annihilation mode.
Enhanced Animo Module 70
test.
Oh no, this is the part. This is the part.
Fear the dark.
Defensive mode engaged.
Beware the creatures of the night.
Well,
Animal hypostasis emulation.
Preparing for dust up.
did I survive that I think I did.
Close your eyes. Fear the dark. Observe.
So you can survive that attack by iframing it with like 2 different bursts. Because it does damage in 2 stages. Actually, I think it does damage in multiple stages because my Supros did almost die, but not quite. But, we need to use 20 resin more. For that, we could do... let's do a ley line for that.
Chain insulation channel.
Stay clear.
Be silent. Observe. Fear the dark.
All right. We should be done with that. Let's look at this. 28%, that's nice. A long day in the mountains. 40, 60, 80%. Temple of Space is at 22%. And Winter Rest Peak is at 42%. That's crazy. I think I spent less time here, but I did unlock all of these. Do you think these have a very high weightage? Let's try that. Yeah, this is definitely more pink than usual. They normally use like a much more oranges color for this. What is this amber thing? Do I have enough bolts to get something? Probably do, right? But okay, for now we shall end our Genshin here. We'll switch to WoWa for a bit, do our dailies there, and then end stream. Which reminds me, I should probably probably stop raids for now. Yes. Okay, we shall switch. I'll also take some time to get some water. I'll take a little break and then we'll be back. hello, I am back. We're just gonna quickly do our dailies in Wuthering Wave, and then I think we will end the stream right there. Give me 1 second. All right. Yeah. I think I'm facing a weird bug with OBS. I'll probably try updating my OBS. Because when I switched to BRB, for some reason my window capture audio was still playing, even though it's not even part of that scene.
Stay calm. Loading. Insufficient. A new tech together we fight.
Alright, let me check something. How long do we have on this? Okay, 3-4 days. Okay. We'll probably need to do a stream where we do our Whimpering Wastes and Fantasies of 1,000 Gateways. But it is not this day. For now, we can look at...
May I pray for anything specific for you?
Let's look at characters whose skills aren't fully upgraded. This guy. Okay, Linne is pretty neglected. Maybe we work on Linne. What are her priorities? Where do I see them? Do I need to go into that guide thing from the main menu? Probably yes. Let's just level up everything anyway. guessing normal attack was the one that I should have gone with first, because it was already upgraded to 5. Whoopsies. Okay.
May I pray for anything?
This one. Yeah, let's do this.
Leave it to me. Loading. In war with time. Insufficient capture the spark! Hold on! Together we fight! Take form, so be it. Bask in starlight. Negligence on my part. Sacred light. Stay calm. Loading. Astral modulation. Insufficient. Witness the art's true form. A new technique. Strike is one. Take form. So be it. So be it. Evil be cleansed. Heaven ordained. Banish all vice.
Wait, I think I had to do that one more time, right? Whoopsies. Whoopsies. Never mind. We got our dailies done, that's all that matters. Soar to the beat. Soar to the beat. Which event is that? This one? Wait, this has limited time event rewards. This is fine. This... I've still got some time for that. This one, I think I've got all the limited rewards. You know what? Let's skip ahead and do this. Let's get started with this. And I mean, if the gameplay is fun, we'll probably play it for a bit. Enter the Mind Dive Arcade. Oh, this place looks amazing with ray tracing. Come on, Professor, you gotta try it once. And not that you're forced to play, but like, since I'm already sitting here, might as well press some buttons. I'm not completely against the idea, I'm still evaluating the necessity of this endeavor. We've been looking at it for ages. How long is your evaluation going to take? Go on, Professor, don't be so analytical. Oh, hi. What are you two chatting about? Sounds like I'm interrupting something. Good afternoon, Mentor. Stellar on beats. It's not a task, it's an arcade game. A lot of dialogue. Play to win, play for fun. I've already assumed that I'd join in. The machine screen lit up your face as you got closer. It was beautiful. Oh, that's the that's the weirdest Riz I've seen. Sure, let's play together. Yeah, it's time to kick off an epic adventure to the beat of the stars. By the way, do you know how to play? I have a rough idea. I really don't, but I'm gonna hope it gives me a tutorial. Yeah, see, there's a tutorial track. ADJK space. Oh, wait a second. If I need J and K, then I'll need to move my keyboard. Because I keep my keyboard way off to the side. And then give me blue and green notes. Okay. Pressing the corresponding directional button. Okay. The yellow lines. Press the yellow button. Okay. This is very arcadey.
Here comes the colors!
Let's go. Let me turn off my BGM for now. Earning points, charge up the speed gauge. Triangle mode, steering becomes unnecessary. The track rotates automatically. Spaceship has different flight modes, part free fly, automatically navigates, no manual input, okay. I don't really know what all that was. Like the different modes. No steering is required in triangle mode, okay. So free fly mode is basically time to chill, I guess.
Here comes the colors!
That was so hard to see, the blue notes in the blue background. All perfect. That was amazing. Now we have more, yeah. Alright. Extends full speed by 2 seconds. That's a lot. It's pretty. That's really pretty. Mustache is like a separate game, right? I've seen DVAT play it.
与梦游的流星河漫步星星月，徘徊在午后水汽里，小心思交织漂浮光点，经纶不安定，如今雨滴。百度从身边踮着脚尖走过。
Access authorized.
恋曲真洒脱，十秒去角，如果摆着眉目，靠近那渐变狼狈的我，为何映入眼偏偏是你？这笔心情暴露空气里，连轮发梢微卷着懊恼，和目光一路逐逃你。 时间仿佛停留在这一刻，
This is kind of fun. It's a bit more challenging than the tutorial one as expected, I guess. I missed one.
Access authorized.
Wait, did I not miss one? It says 113 combo. I guess it's quite forgiving then.
是某一段场景，可我该怎样抓住？这颗奶油微流起，哦，你的微叹息，小小期待，悄悄地、悄悄地涌上来，滴滴滴答滴答，滴答滴答。
Access authorized.
Okay, that was horrible timing. I thought, god damn it, that was my bad. Man, I missed those three because my power up thingy ran out. But all good. Do I get anything for doing hard mode? Probably not, right? This is fun though. I think I'll do all of these. Okay, I just need to do all of these on normal. No, I messed that up. Well, you know what? I'm gonna do... I don't recognize that song. I'm gonna do one of the Uwa songs that I recognize. Oh no, it doesn't let me... Shoot. I guess we need to go in order then. This is the Black Shores theme.
Access authorized.
Those power-ups kind of break my flow, to be honest.
Access authorized.
This is honestly the perfect game mode to play late night on stream when
Authorized.
like this. No one on stream watching me, because I don't need to speak, I don't need to... Let's go. I don't need to detract from the game, the music. Yeah, I think. One, two, three. Oh, 7, 11. There's 11 here, and 2 more there, I think. So I have 13 more left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yes. Alright. Not bad. Not a bad game mode at all. Oh, look at this. This room looks fantastic on like high graphics with ray tracing.
Slide combos. Okay, that's a fantastic idea. Just one thing. How am I supposed to grow 8 hands to hit all those buttons?
This is like my favorite room in the game, I think. Like when you have good graphics. Right, anyway, I think I'll end there. Do I want to play more of the mini games right now? Probably not. We're getting a new banner in like 5 hours. I'm probably not going to be pulling though, so Alright. Yeah, I think I'll end my stream there. Good night. I don't know if anyone's still watching, but if anyone is, then good night or good day or good morning, wherever you are. I hope you have an amazing week, and yeah, I'll probably stream tomorrow too. We'll continue with exploration in Genshin, the new map, and we'll probably do some of these music, the rhythm games in MOA too. But yeah, that's it for now. Shorekeeper says good night. She looks so like expressionless. Alright, bye bye.